Da, 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 da. Good. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome. If you're watching for the VOD, I'll do my little spiel. I'm Ashley. Here, let me adjust my camera a little bit. I'm Ashley. I do character and creature concept sculpting on this stream, and essentially we are doing mostly a sketch. So this isn't particularly for any pipeline in particular. You could always adapt it to be for any particular pipeline that you want, but we're essentially just treating this like our sketchbook. So we're gonna be grabbing a sphere and mashing it into a whole bunch of different shapes and just kind of having fun searching for something cool looking and creating something from like all of that mess that we make. So I like to stretch and pull polygons a whole bunch and just have fun with it, because at the end of the day, ZBrush is a super powerful program that's going to allow you to fix any of that and make it usable at the end of the day if you really wanted to. So I try not to worry about the technicalities at first. I try to get just the look of what I want to do just down into the canvas, the document, and go from there. So that's what we're gonna do right now. And if you have any questions, feel free to drop them during, like, you know, if you're live, if you're on the VOD, join me in the next one. But here we are. Hey Flop, how are you? How's it going? Actually, we don't need to load. We're gonna jump in with a sphere. Not red wax. Not red wax. Because that's cursed. I saw Maxon like put that on socials. Like, why is your favorite, like, what is your favorite material and why is it red wax? And I immediately I just cringed. It's like, it's not red wax. Hey Viking, how's it going? They're starting they're starting to rage bait. All right. Sorry, I'm getting situated. One sec. Because I'm in Canada, all of my moisture is constantly being taken out of my body at an alarming rate during the winter time. Let me just like a fly getting ready to eat its garbage dinner. Let me just doing okay. Glad to see you're live. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're gonna just have a chill time. No crazy talk. Answer questions. Who likes red wax? I feel like that's a litmus test. Say that. You can like red wax, it's fine. It's just, you know, not as good as a basic material here. Start the material wars. What material team are you on? Okay. Let's see here. What do we want to do today? Let's grab an alpha. Let's do... Alright, let's grab like a base alpha. Let's have some fun. Let's just drag it out. Let's give this a little bit of juice. Drag this pattern out. Maybe we wanna... Woo! Yeah. Alright. It's kind of like... It's cool because you can easily make caustics from this. It looks like giraffe. Like if you're poly painting, you can create like a nice foamy caustic with this as well. But we're just gonna absolutely explode this. Please enjoy the process of absolute deletion of the mesh. Try and find some kind of an interesting shape from all of that. Everybody's allowed to be wrong. I agree. They can have wrong. You can have a wrong opinion. You're entitled to your wrong opinion about liking red wax. Just keep it away from me. Ooh, actually, yes. Keep that. I'm just pushing, pulling shapes, and it's absolutely busted right now, but that's good. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. Hey, how's it going? Wow, my voice cracked right there. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Hey, Hey, Leroy. Happy to finally see the finished tubes. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I really had a good time making that thing. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoy just like the illustration process, like with 3D modeling at the same time, because then I get the best of both worlds, because I really thoroughly enjoy painting, right? And so thoroughly enjoy painting, but also enjoy sculpting. So why not combine the two? I'm really happy you like the horn. Yes, I think we can have fun with this. I think this is a nice abstract shape to start with. Can't see me on Twitch. Yeah, it's live. It should be live. If you can't see on Twitch, it's not. You might want to do a refresh. And they're also Twitch might have ads running, which is why it might be weird. But it's not on my channel, it's on the Maxon channel. That also might be why. Should go and hit up the Maxon channel. Like, I feel like in here, like this could be a bunch of something in there. In terms of like eyeballs or something. Let's see what we can do here. Do love me. My eyeballs. All right, let's work this. I think this should have like it like opens. Like this is just sort of like a creature that maybe it like blooms like a flower. Maybe something like that. We can think about the functionality in a minute. Nah. Kind of like the idea of it being like this is sort of like a spider type, some sort of like an arachnid maybe. Maybe I can pull this part back so that the eyes are more exposed, or this outwards a little bit more. Hey Andre, how are you? How's it going? Yeah, we could do something like this a little bit more. Soon you'll be a zebra too. Why? What's happening? What are you doing? Spiders! Yes, baubles with spiders. Some kind of a messed up spider. I think should pull these ones in a little bit more. Pull that back and out. Push that in. Trying to learn ZBrush one more time? You got it, dude. I know you can. With all the ZBrush that you watch, you must just pick things up anyways. Oh, maybe I don't want to do. Maybe I don't want to do spider. Maybe I want to do. Being a little bit more like an emerging head. I feel like it does give a little bit more Cobra, so I'll try something. Hey Reaper, speculation that yeah, hopefully, I mean, I don't want to get too much into that, but we can hope. Would be nice. Okay, let me like duplicate this down and then see if I can do something with the same language here. We frilly tonight. We frilly tonight. Do I recommend the old interface or the new one will be the standard? So if you're learning, like I'm pretty sure like when they introduce the new UI, whenever that is, it'll be very similar to like the iPad they were saying. The old interface is not bad. I would say like what's probably gonna happen is they're gonna have like, ideally they would have like a switch between the two. It's kind of hard for me to like say for sure though. Do you have an iPad? If you do have an iPad, then maybe do some on the iPad for a bit. But I don't think that there's like there's not anything wrong with learning the older like this version of ZBrush, right? Like the full version, what it is right now. You could always transfer over to the other version whenever that comes out, but I feel like it seems really intimidating at first until you just kind of like strip it down to the bare minimum that you need, which ends up being B brings up your brush menu, and then you can put your favorite brushes on your 1 through 0 hotkeys on your keyboard, just like hotkeying it. And then once you have those hotkeyed, then you can just use Dynamesh and ZRemesh and your favorite brushes, and you should be good. This is like your subtool menu, and just play around with that for a while until you're really, really used to it. And then you can start exploring other things like, you know, alphas and all of these other menus and stuff. Just don't bog yourself down with all of the things. You don't need all of it right out the gate. I think the main thing to do is just get used to mucking around with the clay and the basics of like Dynamesh and ZRemesher and things like that. You've actually run out of VRAM a few times while using MetaHuman Creator in Unreal since you only have 8 gigs to work with. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, I mean, well, what are you doing in terms of like the MetaHuman? Are you like, are you loading everything at like 8K textures and stuff? Because it shouldn't be that intensive. I guess like, you say that you only have a 2070 though, or is it a 1080? I can't remember which one you said that you had. Yeah, Andre, just like make sure that you're working with the simplest stuff that you can at first. Don't bog yourself down with everything. Actually, let's do a human, my human IMM brush. The ZBrush human IMM brush. Always get that male arm in there. Adapt from the male arm. Yes. Little tiny hands. Little small little tiny hands. So excited. So excited. Clap if you're happy. Yes. I was in the creator loading in the hair and the memory allocation text turned red. Your system can even crash. Oh, okay. 2070 super, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. The hair can be really intensive. She's drunk. No. No. Just thoroughly enjoying clappy hands. Mini clap. Only demure levels of happy. Politely happy. Oh. Clicked the wrong one, my bad. So confused there for a second. Why isn't it splitting the hidden? Splitting masked. Look at him. Look at him being a human arms on the ground. Look at how cursed this looks. Look at how cursed that is. This looks so cursed. Oh my god. Must adapt. This looks cursed right now. Oh wow. Okay. Let me reposition. Dr. Zeus character vibes. Yeah, it's we'll get there. That's just part of it. It'll get there. Trust. Actual arms need to be like bigger, but then also like I'm gonna raise the head, I think. A little, maybe. Let's see. Shall evolve. It shall evolve. Hey, Maddie. Which character is this? I don't know. We're gonna figure that out. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Alright, how are you? How you doing? Whoa. Bad. Did not want to do that. Damn, damn. Look at this splayed action. I actually hate that. I hate this. I'm deleting that. I hate that. That's too high res. Hey comics, how's it going? Dragon has a nice cape. He's got it, man. Perry the platypus. Yeah, we could just give it a beaver tail. Give it some kind of a beaver tail. Just make sure. Yeah. I think I'm gonna like. Yeah, I hate this pose that it's doing right now. Let me just. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me again. I think it needs more like Komodo. very wide. Very, very wide. Wide, 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 wide. Back face mask so that you don't affect the other side of your geometry. Very important. Don't forget to back face mask. If you want to back face mask your brush, go into the brush menu. This is a very important one, especially for things like clay buildup. And inside of auto masking right here, scroll down, and then you'll see back face mask. This is every single brush that you have it activated on, it will be just that brush. It's like, it's not gonna be a global activation, so you gotta remember to turn it on and off for different brushes. Okay. Okay, did this just go down to zero? Ugh, I hate when I do that. Hey Al, what's good? How's it going? I'm just gonna dynamesh this guy over here. Higher res, I think. Actually, what if we do a... and then we do a dynamesh? Oh, maybe that was way too high. That was probably way too high res. Yeah, 7 million. I mean, two is too much. All right, let's have some fun. Let's go ahead and grab this one. I think this would look better if we actually lean more into the Komodo. I'm gonna do that. What are my PC specs? My PC specs are they are. I'll just copy and paste them for you. Here's all my stuff. There you go. Have I changed my hair color? No. No, I have not. It's same old, same old. I just haven't gone and gotten any highlighting. Because that stuff's expensive. So natural brown it is, you know? I guess I could do it myself, but I'm also like... whatever. Brown's not so bad. Am I still working on that system I built? Yeah, the one that I built? Yeah, this is the PC I built. $3 to 4 years ago? Was it? Oh god. Maybe 2 to 3 years ago. I don't think 4 years ago. Oh, maybe it's like my webcam kind of like shifts in and out of like the white balance goes on, and maybe it's something to do with the white balance. Maybe it's like flickering. Sometimes that happens with the webcam. It's not really like the greatest. But I do got that ginger in me, so maybe you are seeing the hints of red. Probably not. Oh man. Where am I from? Canada. Why? Why? Why, perchance? Oh my god, he's kind of cute. Kind of cute. Cute, 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 cute. He's a chubby little dude. Oh, I should put a saddle on him. I should put a saddle on him. Oh my god. Somebody can ride him. I got a new PC with a good CPU, but you feel the viewport is worse than your older PC. When you move around the viewport with higher resolution, is it normal to be a bit laggy with the viewport? Depends on like how high res you're going, and also like what's your thread count? Because the more, the higher your thread count, that'll help a lot with like viewport visualization, and like it also helps if you have a lot of RAM. So it's like if you have like a good CPU with a high thread count, but you have like low RAM, then you're gonna have lag. If you have a good CPU but it doesn't have like a high thread count, and then you end up having like high RAM, it can, you know, like you can have lag for different reasons. If you have like the anti-aliased half size on, like let's say your document size is 4K and then you put anti-aliased half size, you're gonna end up with some lag with like larger projects as well. So my document right now is like only like it's like this random number. Sometimes I have it at like 1080p because my actual Cintiq that's the resolution. But I'd say just work at your like monitor's resolution. You don't need to have it higher unless you really want that anti-alias half size. So like what that does is it halves the document, but then you end up having like super buttery smooth looking sculpts. The problem though is obviously you can see if you're working at even like a 2000 resolution, it kind of like makes everything smaller. If you have like menus out the wazoo though, then I guess like whatever. But if you're more of like a minimalist sculptor like I am, then you're gonna end up like frustrated with this and you're gonna want a larger document size. So those are things just to keep in mind, because if you do like, you know, let's just like double this. Yes, put this guy back on, and then we can zoom out. You can see it'll actually fit in here now, anti-alias half size, and I'm not getting any lag because I do have a ton of RAM. However, and a good CPU with a very high thread count, but you're gonna end up having like problems the higher resolution your document is, the higher resolution all of your subtools are on top of that, so it kind of compounds. So I just work at a lower resolution, and I don't care about the anti-alias half size personally, because it does affect performance. Hey Dragon, how's it going? A Demogorgon. Yeah, I'm going for like a flowery type of, like, he's peeking through like a rose. Good refs for clothes. I had a link that I saw earlier and I can't remember what it is. Is it like, hold on, let me see if I can. I don't think I can remember what it's called now. Damn it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like it really, again, it depends on like what you're looking for. If you're looking for like, I'm not like an expert when it comes to like reference for clothing, but anytime I'm looking for references, I find something that's like specific to what I want. Like, what time period are we referencing? What trend are we referencing? What weather are we referencing, right? All of these different things. If you just want like tons of different stuff, like without any rhyme or reason, then I'm not really sure. New PC with good CPU. Oh yeah, I read that one. Okay. Okay. So now it's bothering me. Hold on, let me see. Like it was like a runway thing. me see if I can find it. Let me see if I have it saved. Yeah, oh, there. Wait. I think that's what it is. I think I found it. Hold on, one sec. I think I found it. I think it is... Yeah, okay, if you want, like, okay, here's a good one. They renamed it, that's why. It's called Now Fashion. Here, for the person who wanted the fashion reference, here's the runway stuff. It's like a really huge collection of runway. And it's all like archived. I thought it, like, that was really cool. But yeah, when it comes to like actually looking for reference for anything, you want to be a little bit more specific because it'll yield you better results than just typing in fashion design, right? You want to actually like search for very, like, a lot more specific things, like get like some keywords going, like like I was saying before, like time period, weather, coats, you know, kimonos, like whatever you're looking for. Do I know procedural texturing in Blender? Not a lot of it, no. Okay, why is that? There we go. No? Hello? Oh, word. Okay. Let me just... Let me just save really quick. Cores, not using half, anti-aliasing, and 32 gigabytes RAM. Yeah, but what, okay, so what resolution are you working at? I'd say make sure that you're working at your screen resolution then. 64 gigs of RAM? You must be a billionaire. I made this PC with the foresight that things were gonna go downhill pretty quick. As soon as tariffs were introduced on Canada, or were mentioned to be introduced on Canada, like before they were even introduced, like right after, like I think that guy's presidency started, I literally just like was like, okay, well, I'm gonna need a PC at some point. I'm gonna just like build a new one right now before things get nasty. So I'm glad I did. I just hope that it like lasts, because if it breaks down, I don't know what I'm gonna do. That's gonna be really bad. If you buy stuff from China, you would pay US tariffs in Canada, right? If anything goes through the US, then I end up like paying more for import fees, but we don't pay like we don't that's not how that works. No, that's not. Tariffs are on a lot of like, anyways, like I'm not gonna get into like the financials and stuff, but that's not how that works. This guy's got like a horn. I think I'll do, yeah, and push that into something. I think like a little tooth. A little tooth. I like that. It's kind of cool. Tell the Amazon driver not to cut through Chicago. Tried lowering the resolution, does it make a difference? Yeah, okay, then maybe it has something to do with your drivers. And it's like anything, right? Like if you're putting down a sphere with like a low resolution, then it's like whatever. Are you working with like 20 million polygons? If you are, then you're gonna have lag with that setup for sure. So the graphics card, your GPU means nothing really inside of ZBrush. I mean, it doesn't mean nothing, but it's like, it's very low priority in terms of like processing power. Everything is routed to the CPU, so you need a high thread count, and well, you don't need a high thread count, but like the more resolution on like a sculpt that you're working with, you benefit from a high thread count and large amount of RAM. So for context, I don't know what resolution sculpts you're working at. My last build that I had made, it had 32 gigs of RAM as well. Initially it had, like, the one before that had 16, and then I moved up to 32. Now I have 64. 32 gigs could only handle around 20 mil with a processor that was pretty good. Like, I think at the time I had like 24 thread processor. It was like relatively fast as well, and 32 gigs of RAM, and I could still, like, around 20 mil is when I would start getting a lag. Now I'm working at around 40 completely fine. So it really depends on, you know, what resolution you're working at as well. Hey Freak, how's it going? You want to build a PC? It's still not expensive. While it still wasn't expensive. Yeah, it was a good move. It was a good move. I'm just hoping that our setups last. Here's to hoping we don't have any PC emergencies. Hey Gerardo. Who is this? My name's Ashley. I make critters. This guy's some sort of like an iguana dragon thing. If you have a lot of Google tabs, yeah, that too. That too. Your old AMD card that had 3 gigs of VRAM died after 7 years. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you said that you had a similar build to the one that I made. Reaper, I think. Was it you? Like my old build? $500 tabs of Flappy Birds open in the back. It's really like Flappy Bird. The 50 series has a tendency to melt. Yeah, the 40, yeah, I've got a 4080 Super. I'm just glad that I was able to do that. I jumped on it, like, I saw one was finally stocked in a local store, and I was like, hell yeah! It's happening right now, I don't even care. Even at max 3 mil, the viewport gets laggy. Even if the RAMs aren't nearly full, it could affect performance. So you're only working at 3 million. Is there any chance that you also have things like dynamic, like what specifically are the things that are causing, like, what happens with your model when you get the lag? Is it always like, oh yeah, I just have a sphere and it's laggy? Then you might have a driver issue. You might want to reinstall a ZBrush kind of thing. If you're hitting something and something starts lagging, like maybe you subdivide up to like 3 million on one subtool, that could also be a problem. And like if the subdivision up to 3 mil on one subtool, because per subtool, the way that it's like kind of calculated, I'm not like, you know, gonna get into like super technicals because I'm not a dev for ZBrush, but the way that it works, like if you have, like, let's say one tool that's 7 mil, your PC is gonna have a hard time. Like, say you have like so many subtools, but they're all like 500 points or whatever, and then just one of them is like 7 mil. You're gonna have a hard time, and it's gonna be a little bit laggy on your PC anyways. If you break up your sculpt into multiple subtools, you should, in theory, have an easier time. ZBrush should have an easier time. And also, if you give things subdivision levels, right? Like, and it's not just a sculpt that has been dynameshed up to like 5 million polygons per piece. If you actually do a Z-remesh on that, so what I mean by subdivision level is like this right here, right? If I go Control B on it, we're like at 400,000 up here, but you notice that when I zoom out, it's showing the lowest subdivision level. So as you move around in your viewport, it's technically not moving at the highest subdivision, it's moving at the lowest subdivision, so that you end up seeing, or you end up having a less laggy viewport in general. So it's a performance, it's an optimization thing for your workflow. The downside to that, obviously, is if you want to get like crazy shapes and stuff, you shouldn't be working just in subdivision levels, because you're not going to be able to get as much out of your sculpts that way. But once you're done with the Dynamesh section of your sculpting, you can duplicate that off. You can duplicate that off and then do a Z-remesh on one of them and reproject the details, which reprojection is down here. And you reproject those details onto a higher subdivision level, it should be easier for you to work with. But like I was saying, if you're having problems, like no matter what, then you might want to do like some driver updates and try reinstalling ZBrush. Because you shouldn't always be, the viewport shouldn't always be laggy. I think this right here I'm gonna use as like the saddle. Here, let me put like a dude on it. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna bring in a base mesh. Let's see here. Grab just this. So big. So big. Come back down. Heck yeah. Hey, butt. Salamander and a salaman. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, get it? He's the salaman. Tried all that, it's laggy, but laggy. Well, then what I would do is contact ZBrush support. If you're really having problems after all of that, then absolutely contact ZBrush support. Because I'd like to help, right? But I'm not a dev, so, and I can't really like, I don't know like your individual PC or anything like that. Sorry, Max on support. Reach out to Max on support, my bad. ZBrush Max on. No, you're not annoying me. You're not annoying me. Don't worry. You're fine. I'm just saying that, like, I can't do anything to help you with that specifically. Could you subdivide something too much and delete lower subdivs until the viewport is laggy, just to see how it is compared to your build? Because I'm streaming right now, it's also going to be a problem because OBS uses the CPU. I don't want the stream to crash. So before something gets laggy, I have gotten, like, I hit the maximum amount that I'm able to. I've set in the preferences per subtool. I'm able to work at 8 mil in one subtool, but it does start getting a little bit crazy. Crash, crash, crash. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. If that is the case, I would recommend, like, try different drivers. Just maybe you need to, maybe there, I don't know, if you're using Windows too, there might have been, if it was working before and now it's not working, like, different drivers can have different effects on things. Maybe you have a background program also running that you're unaware of that's causing serious performance dips. If you haven't already as well, I recommend opening up HW info and seeing when, like, what is spiking during your lagging. Just do some monitoring. How to do hair, simple or hard? Hair can be as challenging or as easy as you want it to be. You know, if you're doing stylistic hair, something extremely super simple, then you could literally just put down a geometric shape and call it a day if that's what you wanted. Or, you know, there's different methods. You could place hair cards, you could do it with geometry and tubes, right? You can do it with splines. It really depends on the look that you're going for. All new processors run at the degree of the core of the sun for some reason. The way that new processors work is they will continuously ramp. Like, they will just keep ramping until it hits like a cap. It's not like okay, we're gonna allocate a set number and like it's a linear sort of like increase in temperature. No, it's literally going to like boost itself to give you that speed. Like, boosting is just sort of like an auto, like overclocking almost. It's like kind of like a default now of a lot of processors. So if you have not already undervolted your Intel CPU, I recommend looking into that. If you took the plastic off of, I'm assuming that the plastic is off of the processor and that you have applied your thermal paste properly. I am assuming that you remembered to take the film off. Oh boy. Oh, that would be really bad. On top of undervolting, I also, with my processor, put on, just for longevity purposes, I know they're like, oh no, it's fine, like the silicon will be fine. I also, on top of the undervolting, put on a temperature cap, so it never like succeeds 80 degrees, and that it'll only hit that if I'm doing like massive scene rendering anyways. Because the AMD chips, a lot of them, like these Ryzen, these new Ryzen things, like they literally, they're built like with the idea that they're going to be running at like 90, like it'll boost up to 90 degrees. It's kind of ridiculous. Like they run super hot. That was a story on... Are you serious? Sir Monty the good boy is... Dude, I had... Oh my god. Oh, my heart skipped a beat when I read that, Gerardo, because I was like, did you just see my dog vomit or something? Did he vomit? Oh, I was so worried for a second. I was... Oh my god. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked my my Sir Monty the good boy, but oh my god, I got so scared for a second. He's good. He's just drinking water. God. No, I'm not going to be doing any UVing on this guy. Why aren't we, oh, wrong axes. Damn, dude, you stiff. Lower those shoulders. Relax a little bit. Stay a while. God damn. I'm just using the character creator base mesh right here. Just because it's the first one that I saw in my... Doesn't really matter too much. Let's clothe this guy. You pose mounting technique. Oh my god. Hey, Nike. Which software is best for coloring? You'll enjoy Substance Painter for texturing. Question is, actually, I'll give him like a spear first. Yeah, let's just like block it out. Let's just block it out. Happy little blockouts. Just strap to his back. My lion's roar? Are we doing that again? Roar. There it is. Roar. So ferocious. You know what? Ah. Get in there. Actually, I'll do it over here. There we go. Good enough. Hey, Vinny! What's up? What? My bad. Sorry. Excuse my language. That just caught me off guard. Break, man. Gotta remember, not my channel. Almost the middle finger. No, it's good. Don't worry. That is the lion's roar. It is. You don't like it? My lion's roar is gwa. 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 Nightbot hates you, Vinny. I'm glad you like my work, though. Thank you very much. You know what also gets me a lot when I'm streaming? It's just the idea that people are just like actually perusing through my work. I'm like, oh my gosh. Thank you for looking. I'm glad you like it. Put a cup of tea in that hand. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. It's time, Flop. It's time. I think this is like your favorite part of the stream, isn't it? This is why you show up specifically to these ones. If you trim those fingers a little, you can become a you can become a Buddha. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What does that mean? Brother, I don't understand. I love crows. I love crows and ravens so much. They make that little noise that I keep making right there, the gua sound, except it's like low register, and it's probably like one of the coolest things. I love the way that they talk, because crows can talk, you know? It's cool. You know the shape of Buddha's hand? Well, that's not what I'm going for. I'm just like making like a rough like grabby. Your sword in free reign. I wish you did too. I wish you did too. I have a sword, but I can't be swinging it around a whole bunch, you know? In order to use substance, is it better to make the characters in a T or A pose? You can use substance in any way that you want, whatever your heart desires, as long as you I mean, you don't even always need UVs either. It depends. You can calculate UVs on import. You can do UVs inside of ZBrush, just a quick auto UV type thing, and just send it over and do 3 planar projection. If you're doing concept stuff and just quick, you know, iterations before you commit to anything, so you can still use it without being in an A pose or T pose or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. The only time that having something in an A pose and T pose matters is if you're in production and you're going to be sending this off to get rigged and then animated for final models. But if you're doing pre-production stuff, a lot of the time you're going to be working in a pose of some kind, because it helps with storytelling. It helps sell the idea of what it is that you're working on. Whereas like if you are in production and you're doing like the final model, you're gonna want it to be in like, you know, A or T pose. So if you're sending like something over to Substance, it doesn't have to be an A or T pose. That's only if you're down the pipeline, you know exactly how you want it to be textured, in which case you're already gonna have your model in T pose or A pose. What school did I go to, or self-skill? I went to Sheridan College for 2D animation. Didn't want to become an animator, and I learned ZBrush on my own time, and then ended up becoming a character artist, and then I went freelance. People should start to use Y pose and praise the sun. Or O pose. Like, why don't we do this? Like Pretty Little Ballerinas. We should just do Pretty Little Ballerina pose. I think that would be cool. We need more Pretty Little Princesses, you know? Wait, let me see here. Is this all? Yeah, let me auto group this. Get rid of these, because I don't really care about like the base mesh at all. Since I'm just like using it for a sculpt, I'm gonna delete that. Oh my god, you guys want? What if do you think he should be like an elfy type creature? Let's do that. Let's do that. Just a boy and his iguana. Bigger eyeballs, please. And have the orbits like really stick out. Y-pose ears, yes. They're Y-posed. Taking notes for the future sculpt I make. Sure, people will be very happy about it on your channel, yes. Yeah, remind me that I need to make pretty little ballerina men in ballerina poses rather than these lame Y poses and A poses. We need alpha O poses, omega O pose, you know? I should work on the creature dude. Now that we've got a naked elf riding him, I think we can get back to the block out that is the rest of this. Now that the naked elf is situated. I'm gonna split that off. I think it'll be better if I do. Then this one, I'm gonna give one of these, and I'll treat it like it'll be kind of like armor. I think, yeah. It's not this part is not part of this dude. This is like, this is literally like gonna be the saddle piece. When you're doing a model, symmetry not showing properly outside of the model, second point, what is the option to fix that? So you're saying that your model is not on world center, so always look at your floor, right? Always look at your floor, look at the axes on the floor. If your model is like not directly in the center, there are ways to get it back. Like, let's say I say we've got... Some of it you might have to manually do, but let's take this sphere, for example, and you have it off center like this, and you're like, oh shoot, I don't have symmetry anymore. What you can do is you can say mesh like this all the way to home. So it's like literally the home symbol, you click that, and it will go back to the center of the world, which is right in the direct center, right here, where the floor is showing. and then you'll have your symmetry back on that piece. However, if you have multiple pieces, you're going to want to actually do that to everything. So there is a thing down here. I don't use it very often. I don't end up having to, but there is like a repeat. I can't remember, where is it? Repeat to other. Where? Let me see. Where are we at? Is it in geometry? The repeat, yeah, repeat to similar parts is down in geometry. And so if you have a bunch of different things that are like the same that you want to be aligned, you can do that. Or you come over to subtool, and then there's an align as well. But ideally, you move everything in the center just by clicking home. You could, worst case scenario, if you've got a ton of subtools over on one side, you could also go and do a T-pose master, and so that will throw all of your subtools down into one subtool, and then you can click the home on that and then say T-pose to sub-T right after, and it will split back up into all those subtools, but now you'll be aligned in the center again, in the middle of the world document. Yeah, align is more for like specific things. Like I would use that for like little pieces, little bits and bobs, rather than like realigning symmetry on your sculpt, I think. But if I lost symmetry and my whole dude was off center, like the entire thing was off center, I think my thing that I would do with like a ton of different subtools at once is do a T-pose mesh right here in Z plugin, T-pose mesh, and then I would hit center, which is the home button, and then I would T-pose to sub-T. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully that helps. kind of can't see over top of this thing. Like, as cool as this shape is, this guy can't see. Now he can see. Am I coming daily here? No. Here, I stream like every 2 weeks. But on my own channel, I stream Mondays and Thursdays. Though if you want like questions answered and stuff like that, you're more likely to get like ZBrush specific help, because like my channel is like a little bit of a different vibe. Just a little. How would I approach this kind of model if I had to retop all the petal shapes for the creature's head? Probably like... So if I wanted to actually get this in a similar kind of thing, some of it would be geometry, and then some of the thinner parts I would probably thicken up. And then anything that's like really petal shaped would be card, probably. Unless it's like for film, in which case, like if I'm doing it for like TV or film, that would probably end up being geometry as well. You're starting to do an axe? That's cool. I think an axe was one of my first models that I ended up doing for an art test before I got my first job. Axes are a good bet. Struggle when you use Maya for retop on thin parts because it snaps to the wrong side. Yeah, in which case I would say just do one-sided geometry and add thickness after. Usually, like, if I'm retopping, like, clothing, I delete the interior, and then I'll just retop the outside, and then I'll add thickness afterwards. Because clothing is where you end up getting, like, a lot of that problem, too. Yeah, sure. I'll drop my Twitch channel for you. It is right here. And for everybody else, it's at @acubed on Twitch. And I just put it like, yeah, you can see everything. It's everything's right there. Mondays and Thursdays at 4 to 8 p.m. EST. Though I am a little less chill on those streams than I am here. Just letting you know. They can be a little bit ridiculous. Yeah, it's like Flop says, you get a you get corporate version of me, but not really. Like, still a silly goose. But this is not my channel, so I respect that this is Maxon's channel, and we keep it solely about ZBrush. But on my channel, that's rarely the case. Thanks for the warning. Yeah. All if you want, but it's definitely different vibe. I still do art, but definitely different vibe. Here it's educational. There it's vibes. Just, I'm not sure that they're always the greatest. They are great vibes. I love streaming on my channel. Congrats on containing your chill. I know. There's no hyper rants here. Just creatures and vibes. Thanks, Wolf. Glad you like it. He's a kind of Komodo iguana on the edge of a desert, mostly forest type mount creature. Yeah, because it's cold. They don't like the cold, so they'll fall out of the trees. And it's not usually a good thing for them. Obi-Wan when he's on top of that reptile. Wait, oh, true. I forgot that he, oh my god. I totally forgot about that. That's crazy. Yeah, he, like a reptile mount. Yeah, because of the cold. Yep. Poor little guys. I gotta take like a really quick break. I think my little duder wants to go out, I think. I'm going to put this on the screen, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Or maybe even quicker. Probably quicker. Okay. I will be right back. Quick break. Take me. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Hey. Shh. Okay. Okay, sorry guys. Sorry about that. Monty heard it. Monty was He was like, yo, it's time. Get me. Let me out. I want to go. It's hype o'clock. Grabbed myself a cookie too. Yeah, he was being very, very demanding. Even when I brought him out there, he was just like barking. He was like, now. He's got an extremely loud bark too. He scares people with it. Followed on Twitch? Well, welcome. Welcome. I have a little corgi. Just a very obnoxiously sassy sassy dog. Once he comes back in from his potties, I will lift him. I will hoist him onto the stream and you can view him. And he will probably be a potato sack. Because he doesn't really do much when I pick him up. Behold the mighty Monty in all of his potato glory. Yeah. He will be the mightiest. Very like preschool dinosaur coded right here. I don't think I like that. Let's just do a Dynamesh on this. Y pose scales, yes. Yep. Everything's a Y pose. I'm gonna give this a little bit more juice as well, so that I can also get some more Y pose scales on this guy, on the neck. And now let's get, like, you know, I'm gonna continue this sort of like the stuff that I have going on here needs to exist in other contexts throughout this. Oh, you back in? Okay. Hi, buddy. We need to like push it around. You want to say hi to the stream? Is that what you want? Yes, he does. He does. He's jumping up on me here. Yeah. All right. You want to say hi? Yes, you do. Hi. Oh, here he is, everybody. Here's the demanding boy. I wanted to say hi. Do I consider myself a master? I don't know. I guess I have adequate knowledge of the program that I can, like, I feel like calling myself a master, it just feels very like self-indulgent, you know, like not like very I'm a master, you know, like I'm not that I don't feel comfortable doing that, but I do feel like I have enough knowledge of the program to adequately teach it and use it daily for work, right? But there's always gonna be people that are better than me, so like I don't know, master just feels very I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to like put myself on a pedestal like that. I don't feel comfortable doing that. The potato himself, yes. Look. This is Monty Bear. This is Monty Boy. This is the boy who is making all that noise. Potets. He does know when it's his time. And he's all wet. You're all wet. You're all wet. Is it raining outside? It's all wet outside. He's a good boy. This is what I mean, though. He's just kind of like a lazy dude until I say certain words, and then he goes like crazy mode. You're a good boy. You give hugs? Give hugs? Oh, good. Give hugs. Yes. Yes, a good heart for him. Yes. I'll give you. This is a hug from chat, Monty. This is chat giving you a hug. This is all the people watching you right now giving you a hug. He would hate that. He would hate that. If he knew that, he would hate that. He's not a people person. He's not a people dog. He doesn't like people too much. Oh, I still got the BRB text up on the screen and you guys didn't tell me. For shame. Let me move this around. No, for real, he's like that with like dogs too. He's like so excited to say hi to dogs, like he'll wait and then he'll do all the sniffing. God forbid another dog wants to sniff him, though. He's just like, oh, absolutely not. Ew, don't you sniff me. I'm gonna sniff you. Don't you sniff me. He's like that with like people, dogs, like don't you approach me. How dare you? Which pen tablet do I have? A Wacom 21 UX Cintiq. Anti-people potato, yes. No. Maybe if I'll continue these in here and that might help a little bit more. Because I have two different, the language is not continuing over. I'm just wondering, maybe I can just, one more time. Hey, Maddie. Do I know what mocap is? Yes. Do I sketch the concept, and then when I do I get reference for detailing? Yeah, so if I liked what I'm doing here and I wanted to like, you know, push it even further, I would always go and reference based on whatever it is that I kind of like sketched and saw, and then maybe I would find some other things along the way. That's just one of the ways that I would, you know, sketch or concept things. Other ways ends up being, you know, you end up doing silhouettes at first, or you find some images that might inspire you and then do sketches based on those images. But on these streams, these sketches are really just from the head, just kind of getting some cool shapes out. And then I think I'm gonna mirror this guy's like flowery stuff to a sort of like head helmet thing that he could wear. Retopo underneath parts or overlapped parts like clothes and armors. Okay, so if you have like layered things like clothing, if you're doing it for film, a lot of the time you're going to be simulating the layers on top of each other, so you're going to need all of them to, you're going to need to retop all of them. However, if you're doing it for games, you're not going to have to always retop you know, all of the clothing underneath all the time. It's just what's going to be visible. So if you had like a long sleeve shirt and like a short sleeve on top of it, you would only need to retop the stuff that's showing for the long sleeve underneath, and then everything else on the short sleeve on top. And that would be for games, because then it cuts down on your, I mean, I'm generalizing right now as well. There's always exceptions, especially when it comes to simulation. This is very, like, spinal. I'm gonna duplicate this off. I'm gonna separate it. So if you retop each subtool, the quality will improve further, right? If you retop it, it will be optimized, which means that your computer might handle it better, or a game engine might handle it better, or you could actually give it off to a production and put it into a pipeline to be rigged and animated. But in terms of like the sculpt quality, not necessarily all the time. It depends on your goal. If you're looking to, you know, get really high fidelity details, then you're going to want to, from your Dynamesh stage, do a either Z-remesh or retop manually, and then you're going to do subdivision levels, reproject your Dynamesh onto the subdivisions, the highest subdivision, and then you're going to be able to get more detail in because you're working on subdivision levels. But it doesn't always necessarily mean that the quality of the art improves just because you retop it. How will I retop if I ever want to do it for films or games because it's too messy? It will only have a Z-remesh version. You mean the helmet part? So this is purely concept. You would actually end up just rebuilding something like this. You wouldn't like bring this into Maya and then do quad. Like this is like this. So what I'm trying to like say is this is the same as treating it like a sketchbook. And like concept, like for a concept kind of like a ideation, right? Where some of it you might be able to use and some of it you're just going to rebuild. But the same way that a concept artist would paint something, you can also do concept art as like in 3D, where not always is something does something have to be in your mind, like I have to make sure that this is technically sound right now. You can always make it technically sound after, as long as you're doing something that gets your creative juices going. And you're like, yeah, that's kind of like the cool look that I'm going for. Or if you're doing it for illustration as well, you don't necessarily need to be doing things in a production mindset all the time. I know a lot of people here, like, they want to see production art. That's not usually what I'm doing in terms of this. Like, this is like, I'm quite literally just trying to have fun. And a lot of the stuff that I do on my own streams is for illustration. Like, my personal work is for like illustration and stuff. I'm not like always thinking like, oh, how's this gonna work in a production? Because that's literally work. That's what I do for work all the time. So it's nice to just be able to get messy with your sketches as well. Because like I said, like anything that you do, you're going to be able to optimize afterwards, whether it just be a simple rebuild or whatever, or retopping on top. Universal rule of retop for hard surface or organic sculpts or models for some design or carving or engraving. You're going through this first time, so you'd like to know the methods. So, okay, so if you want to do, so basically you're going to start with a sculpt. You don't always start with sculpt. There's multiple ways of multiple different workflows. So I'm going to tell you one workflow, the workflow that I use a lot of the time. You start with a sculpt, whether that is you have a idea beforehand or a reference beforehand. You'll either work from that reference or you're going to concept sculpt and then, you know, and then start refining that so that it is able to be optimized. Or you're doing it just from the reference, like I said. You have your sculpt done, high res is done, then you're going to actually move on to retopologizing, right? In which case, you either bring it to Maya, you do it within ZBrush, they have a retop tool as well, and you're working through the flow of your character, following like how things would actually move. You have to have that in mind if you're going to make a production asset. If it's going to be rigged and animated, it has to have topology that follows the flow of muscles to an extent, generalized. You don't want to be following every tendon or anything like that, but if something is going to be moving up and down like this, then you have to have spans and loops that support that movement. So that's what you have to have in mind when you're doing that. You start low when you're doing your retop, just to put in the flow, and then you can start adding topology on as you need to capture certain details, depending on if you're doing it for film or if you're doing it for a game that needs to preserve, you know, it needs to be more optimized and it needs to preserve poly count, is going to differentiate between how you retopologize. There's different ways. There's two different ways. There is sub-D modeling, which is something that I do a lot of because I work in TV and film. And then there is real-time modeling. And real-time modeling doesn't need to have edges supported in the same way. Like, edge support comes through for baking purposes and your high res to low res baking. So when I say baking, it means you're taking the detail from the high resolution mesh and putting it down into a map that is projected onto the low resolution map. So things like normal maps are more important to capture details rather than the geometry itself in some instances of games. Whereas in film, a lot of the time your geometry is going to be holding a lot of that information. So you're going to add a lot of edge supports. And when I say edge supports, it is you'll have one span and then you'll need to add additional spans next to it. So I'll just do an example really quick. We have a cube here, right? So maybe the cube's a bad example. Let's grab a cylinder. Okay, this is... So real time would be like, okay, I could send this over and put it into Unreal if I really wanted to, and then this is what you get. You get the cylinder right here. It's not like you're subdividing the mesh at all at render time or anything. It's just, this is, you know, what you put in is what you get. It's real time. It is now. You're seeing it now. It's games, right? Like, it's rendering as you're playing. There is no wait time for it. Sub-D modeling is for render. Like, you're up-resing as soon as you hit render. So you might have a low resolution mesh like this, but when you hit render, it's rendering at maybe subdivision 2, which is, if you hit Control D 2 times, you're gonna get a smoother mesh. But this is a much higher poly count than the lower resolution one, right? You can see 400 as the base, and you're subdividing 2 times, now you're all of a sudden at almost 8,000, right? The reason why is when you're subdividing is taking each one of these squares and cutting it into 4. So if I hit Control D, subdivide 1 time, now you have, right, every single one of those is cut into 4. Do it one more time. Now you have every single one of those cut into 4 as well, right? So it goes up pretty fast. And what you want, but like, you know, as a sub D modeler, is to support edges. So when you're doing retopology, you can't just put this down and be like, okay, whatever. It like holds the silhouette, because I don't need to worry about subdividing at render. It's just what you get, what you do is what you get. That's great, and that's for games and real-time rendering. Sub D modeling, you hit you know, Control D, you see these meshes, or these edges start to smooth off. So when I say support edge, support loop, is you need to model with edge loop support in mind. You either do it via creating more edge loops to support this when it does divide, right? So now if I hit Control D 2 times, we have a sharper edge. Or you work with creasing. So there are different workflows here, and it's kind of like you're asking me to go through like so much stuff within such a small period of time that I'm trying to like condense it, essentially. There's a lot of ways that you can approach this. Won't there PC crashes if they increase the poly count, or in the real-time thing? So in Unreal, there is this thing called Nanite now, which is really cool. That's really, really cool. And it actually supports a lot of high resolution meshes for environment things. You know, you could even do that for characters as well. It's still not like a lot of cases. It's still not like always the best practice, though. You still want to be you still want to be modeling at you want to have a low res for games, but you wouldn't be doing like sub D modeling if you were with the intent that it is going into a game pipeline, unless you're doing something like cinematics, right? Anything that is rendering with like V-Ray or Octane, or, you know, just pick a renderer, Blender cycles, right? Usually you're putting in Blender, it would be smooth mesh modifier or a sub D modifier of some kind. And you're essentially telling the computer, when I hit render, I want this to be subdivided 2 times, which will create like the image of a smoother mesh. You get more resolution in your meshes. That doesn't crash the PC, because that's at render time, right? It's only for the render. It's not like you're moving around or anything like that. But that's not for games. Games is just strictly, this is what you get right here. You don't need to worry about like the supporting loops unless you're doing like baking. You're baking your mesh textures from high res down to low res, which is an entirely different topic, right? Look at this goofy pose. How high temperature does it need to be to bake your model? 450 degrees. 20 minutes. Is reaching our character face to recognition level giving us a chance to impress the recruiters, or what level would be considered because you've created your Kratos face the same as Raphael Grassetti is the same to you? So you've created... So you're saying that you have one-to-one Raphael Grassetti's sculpt. First of all, that's very impressive. But on the other hand, you want to be doing something maybe that's unique. You know, like maybe you want to... First of all, okay, I'm not going to say this to sound mean or anything like that. Sometimes you might think that you are getting a one-to-one with something, but you need to take some time to step away from your project and then come back, and then you realize that it actually has quite a few flaws. And if you're saying that this is like the first time that you're involved in 3D, I would be extremely impressed, like beyond impressed, if you were able to get a one-to-one on a face model on your first go. That would be very, very, very impressive. So I think what might be happening here is you are not, you're not aware of what needs to be improved upon quite yet. And I think overall the best advice to give is to just keep doing anatomy practices and try to do real world sculpts, like from anatomy, like real world. Do you have the book Anatomy for Sculptors? That one's great, right? And just kind of look at like all of these breakdowns and try and do some drills, and over time your eye will adjust as well, and you will start to see where it is that you could be improving. And when you start to notice that you see more flaws in your work is when you know that you are improving. It seems counterintuitive, but if you are always looking at your work and thinking, yeah, I did perfect, there's nothing that I want to improve, it's like I'm the best, that means you're not being critical enough. You don't need to be there sitting and beating on yourself or anything, but it's very unlikely that there's nothing technically that can be improved in your work. So I think as well that this attitude might be a problem, because if you think all of your work is perfect, I don't know anybody who actually believes that. There's like always some kind of criticism that you can look at and improve on your work. And so if you think that you've done one thing and that one thing should get you a job, and you're unwilling to look at how you could improve and do different work to maybe get that, like get another job, then, you know, that might also just be an attitude problem as well. And I guess that's not really like talked about as much, but you need to be a little bit humble about your work and with yourself, regardless of if you were a professional fine art portrait artist beforehand. This is a different medium, and I think it is to be respected. And like every medium, there's, you know, you transfer your skills over, but there's a lot, right, that you're learning at the same time that you could probably benefit to introduce different things into your work that maybe you haven't yet, and you can't really see that because you're not aware of everything that 3D has to offer. So I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but you might want to like think about it a little bit more in that sense. Hi Leonard, how's it going? Spent 2 hours having all your fillings replaced. Ooh. Ooh. Hate the dentist. That sucks, dude. Your feelings are probably older than I am. Okay, dude. You never hesitate, on any chance that you can, to just slap your seniority down. I get it. 10 attempts checked by every perspective. The only thing you see improvements is the detail part, and you're talking only for face, not the body anatomy. You still have to learn. I don't really know then, you know, if you're not... I don't really know what you're looking for. Like, what's the question? If you think that you have nothing to improve on other than body anatomy, then what's up? What are you asking for? Hey, Katoy. Yeah, we're riding today. We're riding horses. Horses. Don't like that. I want to do something. Let me think. Because I have a little bit of, like, some of this is, like, clashing and it's really bugging me. It's bugging me. Oh, please, Leonard. You literally make physical things that are actually so cool. Please, dude. Stop. Don't, like, a less talented, like, please don't. Need to like integrate the neck more here. So that is what I will do. Is there any way to get a review about your work? You can put it in my Discord if you want. And I can look at it. Or just send it on Instagram through DM, that's fine too. Yeah, you just push and pull things. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Do they give time limits for sculpting? No. I mean, yes and no. It really depends on like where you are. I guess like there's always some sort of a time limit, but if you're early into production, then it's a lot more forgiving. If you're mid-production, it's a lot less forgiving. And it also depends on what production you're on. It's not like you can use like years and years and years on one sculpt. You don't know any job for which you have any deadline? Yeah, well, when you don't have any deadline, exactly. Like, there's always something, but I mean, like, a specific time, like, to say, like, oh yeah, if you want to work in production, you have to get your sculpts done within this time limit. Like, no, that doesn't exist. It's different per production. You could also just drop it here in the chat. and I can quickly look at it. Like, you can drop the link in the chat if you want. Dropping in to say, wait, who's that? Gorbulin, hi! What's up? May not be, yeah, no worries, dude. I'm on the East Coast. No worries. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a great evening. Oh, Flop, you know what I was doing? I was, to procrastinate. I mean, not procrastinate. I started drawing my PNG tuber. I did it. I started. I don't know if I should, like, model it, though. I kind of want to just, like, leave it as a drawing. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't procrastinate. I had to correct myself there. I don't do that. I think these guys, I need to turn this into spikies because it's not. Cool to have a feel of it and you feel limited or you want to explore other things and start. Yeah. Go full berserk and have a fully 3D rigged model with mocap. I could do that. I could do that. I just don't have the time right now because I'm also learning Unreal. So it's like, I gotta just kind of pick my battles. But I feel like it would be cool. I'm also thinking maybe it would be more approachable for people who are a little bit more introverted to not be afraid of talking to me in chat. Like, oh, I don't want to speak to a person. I would like to speak to her cartoon version. Yes. Question about geometry resolution. You've decimated a big furniture piece at 4K resolution with lots of booleans. Up close, there are visible, unsmooth faces. Okay, so if you're doing anything inside of... Well, first of all, when it comes to like your normals, you can smooth... you can have like smooth faces, like you can do smooth normals, so it calculates all of the edges as like a soft, like it has a fall off. So in Maya, or where did you do this? I don't know where you modeled it, but in Maya you can select everything and give the, just turn it to soft faces. Otherwise it depends on like where you're viewing it from. So are you going to get this close? Because even this is, you know, you're gonna see the resolution here if you get this close. However, if we're not viewing it from there, it looks totally fine. So lots of that, sorry, so that's actually really like an important question to ask yourself. How close are you gonna be getting to the model? Can you do mesh smoothing? And can you do like normal smoothing as well? Is it because you didn't sub-D the mesh enough beforehand? Also, could you explain what is HD geometry? So HD geometry is a way for ZBrush to look at only a section of your model at any given time, and just like you can pump the subtool up in that one area to like something like 20 million if you really want to, and get like super high fidelity detail. It's not always active, it's just for like baking out maps. So it's not really like, you know, you wouldn't be like in your viewport, you know, whirring around your model like this. It's literally just a section and then nothing else is rendered, and then you can work on that section and then you can turn it off. Won't be that close, then usually it's fine, as long as like, you know, whatever you're rendering that furniture at, like wherever you're rendering, as long as it looks like good from your render view, then you're fine. If you're like zooming way up and you're like, oh, I can see the resolution, well, if that is a problem, then you're gonna want to like smooth normals, right? Your link is above. I guess it didn't come through. Yeah, it didn't come through in the chat. Haven't done eyebrow or beard because you'll do that in next gen. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, this guy's like freaking me out. I'm gonna like actually like sculpt on him a bit. I covered his elf ears, so it doesn't even matter. He's a nasty. Ah. Oh my goodness, Art. Oh my goodness, my guy. All right. All right. So what I'm seeing is like it's pretty good for like one of your first like head sculpts. I can see that you have portrait knowledge before. However, like I do notice that the facial structure underneath, like especially like the orbit and cheekbone area, it's hard to tell because you have like the geometry beard on top, but there are some issues. The forehead as well is very flat, and some people have flatter foreheads. However, it's not in the sense where it feels almost like a board. The front of your forehead does have some curvature to it, which is not really like coming through very well here. The as a portrait artist, you know as well that the temple, or not the temple, the what's this called again? Your skull, you have like a round part that pushes out in front a lot more, and you have a small indication of it, but the forms are getting a little bit lost and a little bit lumpy, and that just sort of like that just happens, like, you know, when it's like your first like few things. Like it's nothing to really worry about too much. Like you're gonna get better at that over time. But in terms of like the facial structure, it's like this stuff is there, like all of the bones, everything, like you have everything there. It just needs more finessing in terms of getting it structurally sound, I think, because there is like lumpiness that's happening in a way that doesn't really benefit the anatomy or the portrait overall. I think maybe like jumping into details go a little bit too quickly might be part of the problem here. But otherwise, like, yeah, you're off to a good start. I wouldn't say that it's like perfect though. If I'm being 100% honest with you, it's not perfect. And I do think what I was saying before applies to some degree, where you just need to keep doing it. Just do some more, and do some more. And as much as like you do have that proficient knowledge in portrait art before jumping into 3D, which is really great, it is its own medium, and it does take a lot of time to get that across, like get your skills transferred across one to one, right? So you're gonna want to do a couple more heads for sure. I would do because Kratos is a very like, he actually is quite stylized. So if you're looking to learn more, like lean more into realism, then I would work from like real photos of real people rather than the game model of a stylized character. Yeah, I'd say like I'd say, well, I can't see his structure underneath the beard. The beard itself kind of like obscures a lot of like what's going on. But I would say that his cheekbone area is a little off, as well as the forehead. And just like as a general, like, are you working? Hold on, let me just see. Yeah, I think like also his temple area is a little bit, it's a little bit sunken. There's a bit of like a deflation look that's happening with his skull as well that you might want to readdress and look at the primary forms. Whoa, those are crazy eyebrows. Hell no. The one professional artist who reviewed? Well, I mean, yeah, you just ask, right? Just ask politely, people will do it. And I'd recommend maybe like not coming in being like, well, I think my art is perfect. Can you tell me why? Like what you think? Like don't, maybe just, that might be part of it. Yeah, he's flower guy. Wait, maybe I can get his ears in here. I'm gonna do a little bit of simplification here. Could put boots on him. Put some like basic boots on him. Put some pants on him. Do you know before I was taking reviews from ChatGPT and reach from his... Oh yeah, no, don't ask the AI for an opinion. It's an AI, it's a chatbot. It's not going to have an opinion. It's just regurgitating things. You like abstract and organic forms? Yeah, yeah. When I'm just sketching, I love just woo, just having fun, just looking for shapes, looking for flow, looking for fun, you know? It yields some interesting results. Sorry, didn't I say that I was going to start? Oh my god, I was gonna... Oh, I'm being a silly. I was gonna do his boots. Ah. Leonard. But hey, that really just depends on your mom. If you have a very agreeable mom, then sure. Not all of us are so blessed. You look ugly, son. Yeah, I'll just like grab all of this, might as well, and then I'll just sculpt on it. On a cube. Do right, and then we can just get that there, and we can just quickly show you what I'm doing in a second. Save. My mom wasn't one to be so kind. Your sister came in and said she saw her ex-boyfriend. Your mom's response, he put weight on like you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Moms can be, moms are either like the nicest people ever in your life or your enemy. There's no in between. I guess there are, I don't know any in between. Question who say that people that say that place UV seams where it is invisible is bald, then how is there no seams visible in this model? This model? This one doesn't have any UVs. I'm not doing any texturing, I'm just sculpting. No, you should place UV seams as much as possible where it's not visible. The exception being if you're auto UVing for concept and you're just gonna do a whole lot of triplanar projection, in which case it's like you're just gonna like paste over top of the seams. Is fine. For concept. For actual production, you want to be better. You want to be better about it. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. Let me... and give it one of these guys. Let's try again. No, that is not enjoying that. Alright, then I am going to do it manually since I don't want to... Wait, where's my cloth hook? Oh, it's because of this guy. It's because of this guy. I'm gonna... Hold on. My bad. I'm gonna try that again. Recalc. Yeah. Yes. Excellent. Calc that and then just do a quick Wait, let's give it more firm. Man, it's not respecting that at all. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just make sure this, and then I can smooth it off after. Just doing a quick dirty. Quick dirty. That's got too much inflate. You know what? You know what? You know what? Whoa. It doesn't like that number. Okay, I'm gonna give it a lower. Usually I don't have many problems with this. I do this a lot. I'm having problems now though. There, it's fine enough. And then whatever. His butt just be showing through. On the Kratos model, so wherever he has hair, you can place seams to hide the seams. You can do it behind his ears is a good one. I usually hide all of my topology sins and UV sins behind the ear. Or deep within the ear. Struggle with the fabric brushes. I didn't even use them. I'm literally just like this is a low res that I just sculpted on top of. You might just sometimes it's better that way. I rarely actually use the fabric brushes. Sometimes I'll use like the cloth hook, right? The problem is as you can see, it's like taking the entire thing. Sometimes maybe even the dimple, but not on something like this. Oh wait, whoops, gotta go back. Look at he's like he's a warlord. Where's his spear? use the fabric brushes from XMD. Actually, I don't use any of their brushes. Late to the stream. Yeah, I guess like we're pretty much done. We're at time now, so we got an iguana rider. Wah! Here, I'm just gonna save it out. Let me just put him on the screen as one does. Oops. Right here. Right here. Right here. There we go. That's that. What a fun time. Super cool. All right. So that was the stream. Had a good time. Very chill. Random shapes. Lots of fun. I'm going to be streaming again on this channel in 2 weeks from now, and if you want to catch any of my other streams where we're a little more goofy and I'm doing a whole bunch of other stuff like random at any given time, like in terms of art, like whatever I end up feeling like, my channel exists. It's something that you can go to and follow if you'd like, which is right there. If you want to see me on this channel, or if you want to see any of the other amazing artists on ZBrush Live, because I'm not the only one on this channel. Like, there's so many artists and they're incredibly talented that stream on this channel. Then follow Max on ZBrush wherever you're watching, be it YouTube or Twitch. And there's usually almost every day there's somebody streaming here. Otherwise, feel free to follow me on any of my socials. Let me get the link for you right here. Bada bing, bada boom. And if you don't get that link, it is right here, acubed.art/links, and you'll be able to find me pretty much anywhere online. And I post when I'm live, but my own channel, the Twitch streams are at 4 to 8 p.m. EST, whereas these Maxon ones that I do are from 6 to 10 p.m. EST. All right. Okay. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you guys hope you all have a wonderful evening, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!